Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. And as you can see, we are loaded up with Kodiak 100 and we are currently in Merrifield, Anchorage, Alaska. And today is a special day because we will be doing a level up mission here. So let's go ahead do our briefing real quick on what we're gonna do. We definitely need to fuel up, and with that, let's go ahead and see what is up for our mission. So the first mission that we have is to go to Red Devil. It is around 280 nautical miles away. We have a little bit of cargo and special passenger, business passenger. Let me quickly show you how that will look. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to complete the entire 3 legs of the mission today. That might go very long. So here you see we're at least going to try to do the first leg of this trip. We're going to go from Merrifield here to Red Devil. Let's see how it looks. I mean, hopefully it is a proper well, it looks like an okay, at least paved runway, maybe, yeah, with gravel or something. But yeah, hopefully the visibility is gonna be good. It looks like everything is snow, white snow, so we'll have to keep an eye for that. So let's go ahead and load up for our first flight today. I'll quickly set my table here just so that I can have some notepad and write down few information. Also, an update on SimBrief. So Navigraph have finally updated the SimBrief and it looks much more user friendly now. That is pretty good. So our flight is going to be around 280 nautical miles. First, let's go ahead and set our fuel. We're gonna have, actually we can load up all our cargo and passengers, and then we can go ahead and load our fuel. We're gonna be a little bit heavy today. I'm gonna get like quite a bit of fuel here, so this should be good. And from the weights we can see we have a fuel of how much? We have fuel 1,421 pounds, and then we have cargo of, let's see how much, 404 pounds, and we have passenger in total 760 pounds, so that will be 4. If I do a quick division here, my division isn't that good, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my phone here. Yeah, so 190 per passenger. So we have that. We know we need 4 passenger. We have a little bit of cargo as well, and we have a lot of fuel. Let's go ahead and build it our fuel while that is being loaded up. I also have to set up some of the applications for the stream. Let me go ahead quickly do that. Flight control replay here, and we have that running as well. With that done, let's go ahead, bring up our weight and balance, and let's get started. The very first thing, we are flying single pilot today, as always for the OnAir Airline Manager streams. Okay, in terms of fuel, we are gonna have 1421. So let's go 1421. 1435 is gonna do for us. And in terms of passenger, so let's see. First, I'll put some cargo on the back. Actually, no. First, I'm gonna put cargo in the front. 200 pounds here and 200. So 450, right? So 200 here, and we need only 404. So we're gonna go ahead put 404 here. So that does it, right? And then we're gonna start putting on our passengers. So row 1 left, 190. 190. We're gonna leave those 2 rows and row 3, 190 and 190. So weight and balance looks pretty good. I think I'm gonna remove this passenger from here and I'll put them somewhere over here. Yeah. What if I put a passenger here and I remove passenger from this? Yeah, that gives us much more center of gravity. So 4 passenger, 404 pounds and of cargo, and we have the fuel as well. So everything looks Gucci here. We can go ahead inside. Right now there is a torchlight which we might need to use. And there you go, our passenger, 4 passengers are set. Our cargo is on the cargo bay. And let's go start our tracking soon. So let me see if our weight calculation actually worked. Yes, it did work. You can see all greens here. So we can go ahead and start tracking right now. With that, we're gonna go ahead and start our engine and prepare our aircraft for departure. Now, I'm thinking, should we use SimBrief? We can use it in the phone as well, so that is good. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly see if we can get a good plan for SimBrief. Even though the arrival airport doesn't have, it's not really an IFR condition airport. I'm thinking, should I skip it? I mean, initially I didn't decide to do this, so you know what, I'll actually skip it. That's fine. So let's go ahead and start our master switch on. Avionics switch can go on. Let me put our fuel shut off left and right. We'll push in our firewall valve in, and then we can go ahead. I actually want some cabin lights. Okay, there you go. Nav light can come on, beacon light can come on. The outside temperature is -4, so I'm gonna take out my displays to begin with so I can easily see those on my iPad. Yeah, so outside temperature is -4, which is not too bad, but I'm still going to turn on my I'm gonna put my inlet on bypass here, and let's go ahead and start our engine. All levers and everything looks good to me. So beacon light is already on, auxiliary fuel pump can come on, ignition can come on, and starter goes to low. So once our engine reaches 14%, we're gonna put our fuel condition lever to low idle, which right now. And if our engine doesn't go to green, we're gonna increase the throttle just a little bit to get it to green. 45, 7, 50%, and yeah, there you go, we are on green. So we can go ahead, starter off, ignition off, auxiliary fuel pump standby, and prop goes to max. We can turn our generator and alternator here. With that done, auxiliary bus can come on, and our conditioning system can go, and we're gonna keep everyone a little bit warm in here. 29 max set. Okay, with that all set, let's go ahead and check our FMS now. So let's go create our flight plan. Origin is PAMR. There you go, Melfield, and the weather is very calm. So let's go zoom out. Actually, we will choose, what runway should we choose? We'll just choose runway 34. That is fine. Actually no, we have to taxi a lot, so we're gonna go ahead, go back here. I think that'll be runway 07 or something like that. Yep, runway 07 is closest to us. The winds are calm, so it doesn't matter really. And for our destination is Romeo Delta Victor Red Devil. Romeo Delta Victor. Where is that? There you go, Red Devil there. I think there is no weather. Yeah, Alaska. There you go. Yep, there is no weather information there, so we're gonna have to make a calculated guess. For now, we're gonna go ahead, choose runways 10. Yep, runway 10 should be okay for now. Actually, we can go ahead, choose runway 28. That'll be more on our way. We're gonna go ahead, procedure. We'll just put a visual runway 28 here, and straight minimums. We're gonna choose radio altimeter of 500. I know what the elevation is. Let's check from our flight plan. They should have it. Red Devil elevation 181 feet. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Okay, now that we're back, let's go ahead and load that to our flight plan for now. And we have all that set. So runway 07, and then we make a 180-degree turn after we take off. Then would it be good if we take runway 25? That's fine. We will do that. And before we go to our PFD, let me quickly check altimeter 2970. So 2970 is our altimeter. Let's go ahead and set that first. 2970, and that is 2970. With that set, pitot heat can come on. There is a warning, and inlet is on bypass. Outside temperature -4. That is good. What shall we do next? Let's set up our cruising altitude. So there are a lot of mountains, and for that reason I'm going to keep it to 500, and we're going to cruise at about 10,500, so we don't need oxygen, and hopefully we're gonna get over all those mountains as well. With that set, let me choose vertical speed mode, and we're gonna climb in at about 1500 initially. And with all that set, I think we should be good. We're just gonna set our CDI to GPS here. Our inset map is on, what is the option called? Relational terrain. And next rad, we don't really need next rad. That should be good. Okay, with all that set, we chose runway 7. So let's go ahead and put our heading bug on runway 7, right? Yeah, there you go. Heading bug is set as well. So we are pretty much set to taxi. Let's go ahead and turn on our taxi light. Flaps should be set. And let's go ahead and set our trims. So I'm gonna keep it, we are a bit heavy, so we're gonna keep it a little bit nose down, not that much. Yeah, that should be good. And our rudder trim will be set as well. Okay, I think with all of those things set, we are good to go from here. And we're about 240 nautical miles away. It's gonna be a pretty long leg. Everything is looking good. Left and right is looking good. So taxi light is already on. Parking brake can go off. We already set the flaps. Let me just confirm here. Yep, flaps is set for takeoff as well. And we're gonna just put a little bit power here to taxi to runway 07. Given what has happened in past few days on this OnAir Airline Manager streams, where there were situations where we just landed on different spots, it was just hard to really guess the landing strips. But this one where we are going, it should be easy to identify, at least because there is a big river right next to the, what do you call that, right next to the landing strip. And it is a private airport. I wouldn't call, like, it's more like an private landing strip, honestly. It might be gravel from what it looked on the map, but other than that I don't have any other information. Let me go through my checklist real quick here. Start our engine. Once we are holding short, we're gonna go through our run up before takeoff. Run up. So we'll make sure everything's set. The most crucial ones are our trims are set. Flaps is set. Lighting is also looking a-okay here. It is very, very early morning here in Anchorage. Hopefully we're gonna be able to see a beautiful sunrise above those clouds that looks super dark. We're almost at holding short point. Once we go, we're gonna go ahead and go through our checklist. Right here would be a good one. So let's go ahead, cut our power here, and we'll stop right over here. So parking brake is off. Let's set our heading to begin with, and then we'll move it to nav. So run up, parking brake is set. Flight controls free and correct. That is good. Flight instruments are looking good to me on my iPad. Elevator trim, rudder trim is set. Inertial separator is on bypass because the temperature is -4. We can turn it off from bypass, but I'm just gonna leave it on bypass. Other than that, power lever and everything is on idle. Auxiliary fuel pump is gonna come on. Fuel quantity is good. Harness, let's set that for us. So that is looking a-okay as well. Flaps is set for takeoff. Rudder trim is done. Elevator trim is done, and pitot heat is on as well. So we are good here with our run up. So taxi lights will come off, landing and strobe will come on. Fuel condition lever will go to high idle, and let's see the engine. There you go. Let's go ahead and line up. Yeah, this morning sunrise is gonna be pretty here. We don't need that much of runway, but we are gonna stand right over here. So we're good. I'm gonna hold on to my toe brakes while I increase my torque. And there you go. So we're gonna rotate at 60. Already at 50, 60, and there you go.
Airborne time lock.
Wait to get to 85 knots here to put our flaps slowly up. Auxiliary fuel pump can come off. Almost at 85, so flaps will come to 10 degrees. We're gonna slowly start taking our turn here. Resetting my rudder trim. Your damper can come on. And we're at 95, so flaps can go fully up. We'll turn on our nav mode on autopilot, and once we intercept our course for GPS, we should be good with autopilot. So we are climbing good. I can go ahead, pull my power back a little bit to bring my RPM to 2000. And we're gonna bring our power back up. There you go. RPM is set at 2000. Torque is at 1700. We intercepted our GPS, so let's go ahead and turn on our autopilot. So after takeoff checklist, as we climb, flaps is all up, auxiliary fuel pump is off, your damper is on, static heat is on, we are at -8, and bypass is on. Our engine inlet is on bypass. So I think we can go ahead and turn that off. Right now we don't really need it, so we'll keep it on normal as we climb to 10,500 feet. We're gonna be flying over some mountains on our way, as you can see on our MFD. And I'm gonna quickly go to my MFD, map out, and legend. Okay, legend is already on, so all we have to do is press on flight plan. So it looks like these mountains will be somewhere between 8 to 10,000 actually. So what is my plan here? I think what I can do is we can obviously take this route here and then go across. That will definitely be a little bit longer. I mean, yeah, I can actually go ahead and do this, or we can just increase our altitude because of all these mountains. So let's go ahead and go to about 15,000 feet. So we're gonna go ahead and increase our altitude here on our altitude selector to go about 14,500 should do it actually, yeah. So 14,500 is gonna be good. So one thing we have to remember is once we cross 12,000 we have to start our oxygen. You can see on my inset map the red zone, so that's what we're trying to cover. And we're leaving the clouds. So as there is no meter information available for our destination and we don't have any radio, I mean we are not using any ATC, we are gonna be trusting our B key to act as a radio to give us the altimeter. That is the plan as of right now, and we should be cruising for what, about an hour 30 minutes maybe. We have more than enough fuel for this trip, and we're climbing at about 1450 feet per minute. Heading towards west. I think I can go ahead and turn off the cabin light here. Hopefully the weather is pretty clear where we are going. I don't really have that much information about our destination at all, and from the map what I can tell is the area is not too bad. It's actually there are not too many hills, I would say, not too many high hills, and the landing strip is right next to a very significant, as you can see, very significant feature of the river, where the river goes a little bit to its right. There's like a turn there, so it will be easy to identify. And yeah, it looks like, you know, we got this. Shouldn't be too bad. And by the time we get there, hopefully we have more sunlight there, so it shouldn't be too bad at all. It'll be about an hour of crossing the mountains and everything, but once we cross these mountains in next like 40 minutes, the rest of the path should be clear. And we crossed 10,000. I'm gonna go ahead, lower my vertical speed to about 1200 feet now. We'll stay within around 110 knots. Outside temperature is -18. That's crazy. and we have about 20 knots of headwind. Not straight up head, it's coming from a little bit southwest. As we get closer to 12,000 feet, we're gonna go ahead and turn on our oxygen. I'm gonna leave my landing lights. I will not worry about that right now. You can see on our inset map that we are actually clear of all the mountains that were on our way. So 14,500 is gonna be perfect for us to cruise. And once we start cruising, we're gonna be about like an hour away. Right now our top of descent, as you can see, it says 1 hour 30 minutes, but once we cruise, and we're cruising pretty fast, we're gonna be cruising pretty fast. It shouldn't be too bad of a problem. We will get there in about an hour 15 minutes max. Oh, flying this aircraft is just so fun. So based on our climb checklist, our flaps are up, your damper is on, auxiliary fuel pump is on standby, static heat is on, initial separator for engine inlet is on normal, and oxygen should be on at about 12,500, which is about right now. So let's go ahead, turn on our oxygen. Oh wait, was that oxygen or what was that? No, that was not oxygen. I don't know what I turned on. Yeah, but that is oxygen. There you go. Oxygen is on. Our landing lights can go off, but I'm not gonna worry about it too much. We are decreasing speed here, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop my vertical speed to about 1,000 feet. I mean, there is nothing really coming up in front of us other than the mountains, which will be around a few thousand feet below us. So at 2000 RPM we should be climbing at about 101 knots, and we're doing pretty good. Close to that. I'm just looking at the chart that I have that I printed for cruise power setting. We're between 12 and 16,000 here. So we're going to be cruising at 2000 RPM, and our torque should be and our torque limit is 1840, and we have already reached our cruising altitude. Right now our torque is 14. So I'm gonna push it to about 15, so we're gonna go just max, and we're gonna see how fast we go. Just a little bit cut, like I think staying within 1500 will be good. Yeah, that should be good. So one thing that we would like to do is go to procedure and activate approach, even though it's not a crazy approach or anything. And you can see as we're increasing speed, we're about 1 hour away from our top of descent. So my target is we're gonna cruise at around 170 knots. That's what I really want to cruise at. And yeah, that is pretty much it. For altimeter, as we decided, we are just going to use B key when we are close to our destination. I know it's like a question, should I use the B key, but when I think of it, it's like I'm not using any ATC anyway, so in real life I would call the ATC, the whatever center there is, and I'd get my altimeter. But In this case, as we are not using any ATC, we can simulate the whole ATC process with a single B key, thanks to Microsoft Flight Simulator developers. I hope all the passengers are doing good. So we named him, this gentleman right here, Jim. I think I'm gonna name her Brenda. And behind her, I still don't know. So it could be Jim, Brenda, and 2 more passengers that we will name soon, pretty soon. Everyone seems to be smiling, which means the flight is going pretty a-okay. A beautiful sunrise there. And we're going through a little bit of clouds. We'll sync our heading bug here. And let me show you how I use the weather radar in FMS. So we're going to use one of these knobs to bring this out, and then we can just simply go to weather radar. Standard is off, so we're going to go to mode and standby and click on weather. And as you can see, if I move my range here, I'm just going to use my loop deck. So moving my range, it seems like we have a little bit of weather towards our right in next 30 nautical miles, not on our path. But then we can go back and do vertical, and this will tell us if it's on our altitude or not. So if we increase it 15 plus minus, nothing on our path actually. So we should be good. There's just a little bit of weather towards our right in next 30 nautical miles, but we are not going towards that. So this is how you use the weather radar in G1000 and XI in Kodiak 100. So let's go back to our, we don't have to worry about traffic map here, navigation. I want to actually see what other information is there. Hold up, what was that? System setup. I've never checked this page out. Airspace alerts, okay. MFD data bar views. ETE track. Yeah, I've honestly never gone through this. So nearest airport hard surface only. I want to see what this is about. Time format is UTC, that is good. Distance, speed, nautical miles, feet, Celsius. Hard only. So we can go ahead and select hard and soft here. I wish all the other pages were active, but you know, for now I think this is good. I hope soon we're gonna get the checklist as well, which would be amazing to have, honestly. So in the aux page we don't really have that many things active. So let's go to flight plan page where we were, nearest page. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the G1000 NXI in terms of feature. Just gonna stay on map page, and yeah, we're gonna bring our flight plan up. 51 minutes away from top of descent, and we're gonna be flying over mountains pretty soon. All our N's and T's are in green. We have a pretty good headwind of 30 knots, which is why our current indicated airspeed is 155, but our true airspeed is 191 knots. Not bad at all. Really excited about the new SimBrief update. So soon, maybe today, I will look into it. Let me go all the way back. Sorry, Brenda here. So Jim and Brenda are sitting on the first row, and the remaining two passengers, whom we still didn't name. I think that's the oxygen sound. Yeah, this aircraft is just done in perfect way. Everything works. I still cannot see the sun. Yeah, right there. Look at that beautiful sun. Even the exterior model is just done to perfection. We're flying the cargo with the exterior cargo bay, which helps a lot. I've checked with weight and balance actually, so that is good. And the mountains that are coming in front of us. We have a little bit cloud too everywhere. And let's see if the next rad should work. So actually I was doing a flight in Papua New Guinea last night just to have a little bit of fun, and the next rad was working great. Oh, there you go. The next rad is actually working. If we zoom in a little bit, like you can see some greens over here, some greens over here, a little bit of green in front of us probably. Let me turn to relational. Yeah, there you go. So next rad is working. So this is the weather that we were concerned about earlier. If I hide my flight plan, yeah, there you go. So next rad is working as well. We're just gonna keep it to topographical page for our map view, and yeah, we're about 46 minutes away from our top of descent. Let me just get some water real quick and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back at my captain's seat. Let's go through real quick engine instruments and all the switches. Everything is looking good this flight. Oxygen is running on, and our weather system is good as well. And our T's and P's are all green. As we head towards a little bit of mountain range right over here, and right after that we should be good to go for a straight in landing at runway 28. Depending on the winds, we're gonna make a last minute decision, not last minute hopefully, but we'll make a decision now. If we go to our destination here and zoom in a little bit, we have a lot of area to play with here, because if we do a missed approach, then we simply have to just go through here and maybe find a way to make a turn, and then we can come in for runway. I believe it's gonna be runway 10 or something. Yeah, it will be runway 10. So that is not bad. We have some room here, and we have a lot of room here, and we should be good even with those. Our final approach fix altitude is 542 feet. And our first waypoint, just to put us in line with the runway, would be 1336 feet, and the airport elevation is 181 feet. Not bad, not bad at all. So we're good here, and we'll keep an eye on the upcoming area. In terms of airspace, seems like these are restricted airspaces, but as of right now we are not implementing all the airspace stuff as of yet, and there's actually barely any ATC coverage in Alaska region, which is why I don't really use ATC at all. Let's check out SimBrief. I'll just leave the flight plan here and let me first prepare. Okay, there you go. So away from screen, I'll check it how it looks and what would be the case if we used SimBrief for this flight. Okay, so here you go. This is the new dispatch system, and it surely does look really nice. So let's go ahead and try to create a new flight here. We don't need all of that, so we departed from Merrill Field. We're going to Red Devil. We're gonna keep the alternate auto. Departure time is good. Aircraft type. We saved few over here, so here you go, Kodiak 100. And let's see what we get. Yeah, we'd normally get the similar flight plan, which we could have used if we wanted, but that is fine. So arriving runway would be 28, which we chose. Let's see what else. Reserve would be, if we'd set 30 minutes reserve, that is good. And altitude would be, so this would be the route. And if we go ahead, that was the only route available to us. And if we click on generate flight, let's see what would be our cruising altitude. Okay, our altitude would be 1400 feet actually. That is not bad at all. We are close. We're at 14,500. And winds, average winds looks good. This would be our route. CRDV. Yep, it is that airport. You can see the altitude and all that information. No meter information found. Looking at my iPad to make sure that our flight is going good. We are facing 30 knots of headwinds and a little bit of turbulence here. Look at all beautiful mountains there. Let me just make sure we're clear of those mountains, so we should be good. We're still gonna face some turbulence because we are flying over the mountains. And yeah, there is no way we can avoid them. Yeah, there is a way. If we go, we already missed that chance to go here and then take this small path to get out of the range, but that is fine. We can just overfly them and it shouldn't be any problem in terms of getting too close or anything. We should be good. Let's head back to SimBrief and let's see what other information. It actually looks very, very nice now. Everything is so much organized. The load sheet and everything. ATC flight plan. I don't know what that is, but oh, this is the OFP. Very neat, very neat. Let's see if there's any weather information. I mean, there shouldn't be any weather information. So we only have until descent here, wind information. Yeah, no weather available for our destination at all. What information do we have for arrival? Nothing at all for arrival airport. But yeah, this is very neat. This is a definitely a big upgrade from what it looked like. And also we have a night mode, which I personally love. I love night modes. It just makes looking at everything so much more easier. Top of descent is calculated. We can look for weather. I still don't know how to read these charts, so we're gonna hide that, and let's see the wind. Not bad. The wind is coming from there, so we made the right choice to go runway 28. But yeah, this is very neat, and I'm definitely gonna use it for all my 737, Boeing 737 flights, and for the A320 flights, and maybe for the next flight we'll give it a go for our next leg of this on-air airline manager career mode. Currently we are cruising at about 158 indicated airspeed and 193 knots of true airspeed. We should be at our top of descent in 37 minutes. I really wish there was a way we could have ATC. I mean, I have the pilot to ATC add-on, but that has been crashing my simulator recently, which is very weird. It never did that, but recently I had some crashes, some CTDs, and it was always when I was using pilot to ATC. So still not sure what the real cause is, but so far it's been okay. The default ATC is just not it. I'd rather not use ATC than using default ATC, and VATSIM is usually not available in this region, especially at this time. We're very close to some of the mountains here, which is why we're facing a little bit of turbulence. And once we are over these mountains, we're gonna drop down to, I would say, like what, 10,000, so that we don't need oxygen anymore, and we should be good. Let's look at our oxygen bar. We are good. We used a little bit of it. Let me see how close can I get to it. Not close enough. I think this is. Yeah, so we have about 1600 psi left, and this should help us at least cross the entire mountain range. A little bit of cloud in front of us. This cloud looks more denser and darker than the one on the right. So beautiful. I can't wait to see how it looks during summer. Like I did some flight, and oh yeah, this is something that I was gonna talk about. I'm thinking that we have option for 3 difficulties in this on-air airline manager, and currently we are doing the easiest one, and we're doing it in Alaska, with given the geography and everything, which makes sense. But I think I'm gonna open another company. We'll still have this one. We will do back and forth streaming, but I'm thinking we should start doing on Papua New Guinea, because after yesterday's flight that I was doing, it was beautiful. So I think I'm gonna open a new world. basically there are 3 different worlds that you can play on at the same time in on your airline manager. So I think I'm gonna choose one of the mid-level difficulty ones to do it in Papua New Guinea. And we'll be flying the same Kodiak 100. I just love this plane. And in this company we might start moving to, let's say, once I open the other world in Papua New Guinea, I think what I'm going to do is on this world where we're in Alaska, we will try to move to airliners, maybe like CRJ, start with the CRJ and then we move forward. That will really be fun. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be really fun. We're still about 35 minutes away from our top of descent. 33 actually, yeah, 33 minutes away from our top of descent. We went through that cloud. And we have a little bit more clouds up here in this altitude. Hopefully when we drop down it won't be too bad, but as far as I can see right now there is actually a lot of cloud. So when we get down it will be a little bit gloomy. Let's go ahead and check our PFD and how many options do we have on our PFD. Timer and reference. Oh, okay, so we can definitely change the V speeds. That is good to know. And we can even set the minimums, which should have been set to begin with to about 500, which I set last time. But in this one I'm gonna set to about 350. Pretty neat. We have the nearest page here, timer reference, an ident button, and all the other nav stuff. So that's the wind information right over here we see, and rest the bearing and heading. Alt units. Oop. That is standard, so I'm just gonna press B key and that should give us back to about 14,500. Yeah, that is pretty neat here too, but I'm still waiting for MFD. All the options are on our MFD. And I still don't know how to decrease the brightness actually. That's something that I need to... Is it this? What's the panel brightness? Okay. Yeah, I don't really see the brightness control for PFD and MFD. You're facing a little bit of turbulence here as we go over another hilltop. We're halfway done with this mountain range. We're halfway done and then we should be in the open. And right after we get over the mountain range and then maybe cruise for around 10 minutes, we'll start our descent. As I can see our top of descent point here in our MFD right after the mountain range here. And our T's and P's still in green. And everything is in green, so that's a good sign. Our cruise is going pretty well. and a lot of clouds up there. I'm hoping this whole green area really stays green as it looks over here and there are no clouds at all. Hoping for that. But this green is definitely not a reference to clouds. Even though next red is on. Yeah. The elevation is not bad in this area. So our descent should be pretty good. We're gonna use VNav to descend once we're about 10 minutes out. I'll show you how I set up my VNav for descent in the Kodiak 100. So there was a overspeed warning, which I have no idea why, because we haven't gone even 260 knots. So right over here, see there was an overspeed warning, which hit 160 knots, but that shouldn't be overspeeding though. Well, we'll deal with that later when we get to ground. We should have a nice flight. And we are still nearly 30 minutes away. We can just go for our preliminary descent checklist. Radios and avionics, we are not using radios. Approach procedure, we have already gone over it, so let's go ahead over here. So it's a visual runway 28, nothing really crazy. We can go on our destination to go more in depth with it. So here you can see we are most probably going to be following this river, and if we have to do a missed approach for winds or anything, which we confirm with SimBrief, we still should be good with this runway 28. But when we get there, if I see that the winds are not too good and we have a lot of tailwind, we can just go straight over here while we gain some altitude, and maybe make a right hand turn here and then make a left and follow the river one more time, which will get us to our destination. It's a pretty good way to, we have a lot of visual reference. We have the river going towards right and then coming back, so it's just this land that sticks out, and right before that there's a small piece of land that is kind of like an island, you can say, separated by a small vine of the river. That is basically our approach procedure here, nothing crazy. Other than that, our landing lights and oxygen landing lights we didn't even turn off. Our oxygen is gonna go off once we go below 12,500. And yeah, that is pretty much it. If we hold up, I'll just clear this out, and we can go up, going through a cloud, a slight fluffy cloud. And for our visual approach and landing here, which is in the checklist, fuel selector valves left and right will be on always. Firewall fuel shut off is always pushed in. So other than that, for the landing we need auxiliary fuel pump on, inertial separator, which I will put on bypass when we land over there. I'm not sure if there's something that can just go into the engine. Fuel condition lever is still on high idle. Propeller prop is gonna go max full forward for landing, and there's like 10 nautical miles out. And so when we have 10 nautical miles left before we land. Other than that, our harness lever is already in lock position. And when we're about 5 nautical miles out, even before that, I'm going to start setting up my flaps. For flap speed restrictions is 138 knots for 10 flaps, and 120 for 20 flaps, and 108 knots or below for full flaps, aka 35. And for our landing, we should be good at about 60, 74. It's not a short field, so we can go up to 70, 75 knots. And main thing, our yaw damper has to be off. before we land. Bring my torque to about 15, 20, 25 minutes away from our top of descent as we fly over the last stretch of mountains here. We're already done with 2/3, just 1/3 left to fly over, and passengers looks happy. So for this mission we are flying, let me bring this up. It's a very special level of mission, and this is the first of the 3 legs. From Red Devil we're going to be going towards Fairbanks, and then from Fairbanks we're going to be coming back somewhere. I forgot where it is, but we'll be coming back there. So we're carrying business passenger transport, 4 passengers, and that is pretty much it. I will go ahead and show you the other 2 legs that we still have remaining. Very new company I started over here. We only did 15 jobs so far, so right now we're flying this stretch from Anchorage to Red Devil here, and from Red Devil we're gonna be going to Fairbanks, one of the airfields there, and then we're gonna be coming back somewhere near Red Devil in McGrath. So this leg is gonna be a very, very long one. I'm not sure if we'll do it today or not, but we might do it today. But for this leg we are going to be using SimBrief, and then for this leg also we can use SimBrief. Let me check how this airfield is. Okay, not bad. It's like a proper airfield. That is good. The map is a little bit messed up, and if we go to Fairbanks one, we did fly over there for our last special mission, so that is a proper airport as well. You know what the name is? Oh, Fort Wainwright. Fort Wainwright. Okay. Not too big of an airport, but we did fly to Fairbanks the other day. I think, yeah, right over here. This leg is definitely going to be a big fat leg, about almost 2 hours long. Last time that's how long it was. So let's go back to our tracking page, and we are about 30 minutes away from our destination. And 20 minutes away from our top of descent. So it says it's over speeding right now, even though we are not anywhere close to over speeding. I think it actually over speeds because it shows the true airspeed. It starts registering the true airspeed on your airline manager. Just notice that. So we'll try to stay within 150, 55 knots. And as we have these warnings, we are going to be having deduction of points, which I'll show you at the end of the flight, where it shows all the different kind of data for our flight. Very turbulent here. We have headwind of 32 knots, and we are very close to be done flying over the mountains. very, very turbulent towards the end of this mountain range. I mean, yeah, we were going through a cloud as well. Hopefully we get out of it pretty soon. Very, very dense cloud in here. Seems like with another overspeeding issue here. Just going to cut my power a little bit and stay at around 1400 torque, so we don't have too many more overspeeding issues, which I don't really, I mean, as far as I can see over here, everything is good, but OnAir Airline Manager seems to register them. But I won't care too much about OnAir Airline Manager, as we are getting about 18 minutes away from our top of descent, and we have cleared through the last high peak mountains. Up front I can see a lot of clouds, which means it's gonna be pretty gloomy down there once we start descending down from 40,500. Let me check on our oxygen. We're still good, almost full tank. And as you can see on the map, once you get about here, we're gonna set up our VNAV, because we'll be around 10 minutes away from our top of descent by then. Currently we are 15 minutes away from our top of descent. You can see as we moved away from all the mountains, we left them behind. Now it's much more calmer flight. There's very little turbulence or no turbulence at all. And yeah, there's a little bit of clouds up front of us, but once we get over those, we should start descending down pretty soon. 13 minutes out, so let me show you how I actually set up my VNAV to work. So for VNAV to really work, you have to set your selected altitude lower than where you are currently at. So for me, it's going to be pretty easy. Now, you have to be careful on hilly areas. Also, you can see there is a green that is from next rad, so there are a little bit of clouds up there. Could be rain as well, but by the time we get there, hopefully it moves out as the winds are. So we have headwinds. Hopefully those clouds are gonna move. But as I was saying, I'm gonna set around. So final approach fix is 500 feet. So if I want, I can go ahead and set 500 feet. And looking at the terrain map here, we should be good with that. We should be good with 500 feet. But even then, just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna set it to about 1500 feet. And as we get closer and closer, I'm gonna decrease that altitude further down. So for now, I'm gonna set this selected altitude to, let's say, 1500 feet, and as we get closer and closer, we will take care of that. Okay, with that set, nothing has changed, but because we have to go ahead and here, once we go down, so this is the button that you have to click. Now I have it mapped, so either I can just click over here, or I could have used the other one. And now if you go back to our PFD, you can see VPath is armed. And armed means it's gonna do nothing until certain event activates it. And that event is basically this top of descent one. So once we cross over the TOD, our VPath will be activated and we will start descending down based on the performance of our FMS. Right now I'll just use B key one more time. That emulating that we contacted the ATC and they gave us a new altimeter, so it is 2975. Hopefully that's the same for our destination as well. As we get closer, we'll keep on setting those up. But for now, our V path is armed, our VNav is armed, and we should be good with the rest of the cruise as we start descending in about 11 minutes. Very close to our top of descent. We'll be checking my oxygen here, still almost full, so we are good with all of that. Our passengers seem happy. Jim, Brenda, Happy, and those two other passengers which we still didn't name. We shall name them pretty soon. You guys can leave a comment if you have any name in mind, or leave it on the chat on Twitch streams. A lot of fluffy clouds, and still if we go to our MFD here and our next rad is on, we can see that actually the clouds are moving away, so that is good news. The clouds are moving away from our destination. It has already moved away from the airport, but we might face them while we are descending down, so we can see what type of clouds we would have. And for our type of descent, we are 8 minutes away. Soon we're gonna start our descent, can't wait for that, and we'll complete our first leg for this special mission. The second leg is gonna be a long one, so I'm thinking if we're gonna do it today or not. And for our descent checklist, we'll basically just cut down our power. One thing that I've noticed is it is much better to descend down like slow around 130 knots, and it is easier to control your speed on approach. That's one thing I was testing out yesterday, and it felt easier to control the aircraft and everything. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Once we start descending down, we're gonna cut down our power pretty significantly, and we'll try to descend at about 130 to 135 knots on our indicated airspeed. We have about 33 knots of headwind so far, and our next red clouds are still moving away from our destination. That is good. Let's have a good look at it. Go to destination and zoom in. Yeah, there you go. So these are the clouds that we were talking about, and they're moving away. That is pretty good. They were right on top of the airport, and I was a little bit worried, but now that it's gone, we should be good with everything. 6 minutes to top of descent. Okay, we are about 2.5 minutes away from our top of descent. All the preparations are done. It's looking like, I mean, through what I can see, a little bit clear after these clouds, so hopefully it stays like that. On our map, there are a little bit of broken clouds around our destination airfield, not on top or anything like that. And we still have almost full oxygen. We're good on that. Once we start descending down and we're below 12,500, we should be good with we can go ahead and turn off our oxygen tanks, and yeah, the descent shouldn't be any bad, or anything shouldn't come up on the descent. We should be good with that. And right now we are over plain field, uh, no mountains around us, maybe a few hilltops near our destination, but those are still pretty far away from it should be pretty far away from our straight head-on path, so we should be good. Even if we have a missed approach, we have already gone through the procedure that we're gonna do, the way we're gonna tackle those issues. And with 1 minute to go for top of descent, I'm going to slowly start pulling back my power, so we have a stable descent on a pretty like 100, 135, I mean 130 to 140 knots, somewhere around there. I'm gonna keep about 1100 torque for now, and then as we descend down, we'll decide on what to do. 30 seconds to top of descent. So there you go, VPath is activated and we are starting to descend down. I'm gonna cut my power to stay within 140 knots. Do not want to exceed that. And we're descending initially at around, I think we'll go for 800 feet per minute or 700 feet per minute actually for initial descent. I'll just press the B key one more time for altimeter settings. As we do not have any ATC on, or we don't have any destination weather, we're gonna depend on the B key. Our next ride has cleared our destination airport from any clouds, so that is also good news. And it seems that it's going to be pretty much clear after a few of these clouds here. And as we go below 12,500, I will be shutting off our oxygen supply, as we won't be needing that anymore. Our destination time to arrival is 16 minutes. Not sure how accurate that is. Yeah, but our bottom of descent, which is gonna be most probably our final approach fix, is in about 17 minutes. So we're like around 20 minutes away from landing. And one thing that I will do before I forget is set our altitude selector to say around 500. I mean, we're gonna turn off the autopilot before we get there. As soon as we see our airfield, and we are going below 12,500, and once we are at around 12,000 we can go ahead and turn off our oxygen tank. Right now descending at about 650 feet per minute and at 140 knots. Keep the power to stay within 150 knots and not exceed it. So we can go ahead, turn off our oxygen tank, and we are good to go with the rest of the descent. As for our descent checklist, static heat is on. Inertial separator engine inlet is currently normal. We might set it to bypass pretty soon, and I can see a little bit of cloud in front of us right there. Other than that, landing lights are on. Approach procedure, we went through that. Radio avionics, we have that set. We're not using radios, and power as desired. Altimeter, we are going to be setting it using BT for now because we do not have ATC service, and neither do we have any meter information for our destination in the G1000 NXI. I see a little bit of chunk of cloud somewhere over there, so hopefully that is not very close to our destination. We should be good, yeah. We're crossing 10,500 feet right now, and it's good to see that there are no mountains, at least around here. Maybe to our right a little bit in the distance I can see a little bit of a mountain. Other than that, we are pretty clear. We should be at our destination in around 15 minutes and get done with the first leg of this special mission. So according to our flight status in OnAir Airline Manager, we should have around 150 gallon or 999 pounds of fuel. Let's see how good that is matching with our current data. So yeah, only 2 gallons of difference. I mean 2 pounds of difference. So pretty good. Pretty accurate. We're gonna bring our power down furthermore to stay within and below 140 knots. speed management. The more I fly on Flight Simulator, the more I put emphasis on how important it is, like, to learn how to manage your power of whatever aircraft you're flying. 'Cause power management really helps you with your landing, takeoffs, and the entire flight basically. Our inset map, I'll increase it, nothing to worry about, even in like 1,000 miles range. I'm gonna put it to about 25 nautical miles for now, the range in the inset map. As we get closer, we can get zoom in furthermore on the map. And for our main map, I'm pretty good with the zoom level. The clouds are not too bad here. I can see just here and there scattered cloud. Other than that, there shouldn't be any bad weather or anything like that. Based on the weather radar that we checked earlier, I can show you one more time. So for that, we'll need to go to the weather page on map weather radar and nothing at all. You can see in about 320 miles nautical miles, nothing. It's completely black, which is a good sign. So we're gonna go back to our navigation page right here, and yeah, we are getting very, very close to our destination. 10 minutes and we'll be there. Descent is going very smooth, no turbulence or anything so far. Hopefully it stays like that. And there's clear clouds and the morning sun is shining on us. Once again, 140 knots and trying to increase, so we're gonna cut that power a lot more, and we're almost like at the end of the like our throttle is almost at idle. So now our new target will be to stay within 138 knots. So we can start extending our flaps as soon as we feel it's right to. So this is the river that we're gonna be following for our landing. From here I can pretty clearly see it, and our landing strip will be somewhere over here. So that's good that we can visually see the river from almost 7,500 feet. So as we get closer and closer, it should be easy for us to locate the airfield. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go on our heading mode. Let me real quick. Our heading bug is already good, so we're gonna go on heading mode, and we're gonna take a left turn and then we'll just reset our approach. So let's go to heading mode. We're gonna take a left turn here and then line up from pretty far, so visually that will help us. And we should be on our VNAV path without any issue. Increase the power just a little bit more to stay within 138 knots. We are about 132, so we'll stay within 130 to 138 knots. So in the map, let me show you, once we are about here, once we cross these two small ponds, that's when we're going to activate our approach one more time. Will give us a straight line and will be easy for us to visualize not visualize, but easy to find the airfield as we're going down. I don't want to go on an angle and then take a right turn. Yeah, so just to make our lives easier. And all we have to do is go to procedure and activate approach one more time, and that will give us our desired straight line. So right about here, I'm actually gonna go ahead activate our approach and see how the line looks. Yeah, pretty good. So I can go ahead turn on the nav and we'll be following there. Okay, this is pretty neat. We're gonna turn on our VNav. Uh, it should let us turn on our VNav. A little bit fiddly over here, but our runway should be right over there based on the geographical features. This is the island that we're talking about, and right after that should be our runway should be somewhere here. Yeah, we'll find out once we head there. Let me use the B key one more time, and 2980, not too bad. Cut down my power a little bit here. We're almost at 140. Let's try to stay within 138 knots. In flights like this where everything is like white snow, and if for some reason we don't end up locating our runway properly, then we can obviously do a missed approach and fly more like a traffic pattern, because this area is pretty like there's pretty much good area around here to make a turn, and even next to our airfield there is a little bit of area where we can make a turn if we want to and come back here on the open space and go ahead for one more try, which is highly unlikely. In this case it seems like we can locate the airport without too much of worries. Should be somewhere around here, the airport. Yep, it should be right here actually. This should be our runway. I'm gonna cut down a little bit of my power here, and we'll start setting up our flaps pretty shortly. My goal is to stay within 130 knots and start extending our flaps at 130 knots. Currently we are at 132, going down, and 130. A very light cloud here. Once we go below down there, visibility should be much better than it is right now. But I'm pretty sure that a little bit of white dot, I'm not sure if you can see, but I can clearly see a little bit of white dot, so that should be our runway. So we're gonna go ahead and extend our flaps to 10 degrees. Now in Kodiak, two things. One, when you start extending your flaps, speed will decrease rapidly, and two, right before landing, do not put your throttle all the way to idle. That will just like smack the aircraft on the ground. That's one issue where it just falls out of the air if there is not enough power, so we gotta manage that. And for our next flaps, we'll stay within 120 150 knots. for our next flaps. Even though the limit is 120, we'll try to go to 115 for that. I can somewhat make sense of that area. That is our destination airport. I'm going to just kick my rudder pedal a little bit, as I have a little bit of issue with my rudder pedal. We'll zoom in on the map, and yeah, we are on the way. This little bit of cloud is a little bit annoying, really drops down the visibility here. And we are at 115 knots, so I'm gonna go ahead and extend our flaps to 20, making sure that my speed doesn't drop too much. We'll stay within 108 knots. And yeah, I can see our airfield. Yep, that is our airfield. I hope you can see it too, right on our right side. And we'll start taking that right turn a little bit to the right. I'll decrease my speed further down and get ready for our full flaps. So a few things, we are going to put our prop to max here, which will put our torque a little bit low initially and then bring it back. And we're gonna take a right turn. We should start moving right now. Yeah, there you go. We'll be heading towards our runway. I can clearly see it, and we're gonna shut off our autopilot pretty soon. We're almost configured for our landing. Just gonna keep the power at around 90-95 for now. We can go ahead and turn our auxiliary fuel pump. Your damper can come off and autopilot off. So we're gonna be hand flying the rest of it. I can clearly see the runway. No reason not to fly this beautiful, fun aircraft. I'm gonna press the B key, and we're still good with our altimeter. Cut down our power here just a little bit, and flaps can go full. So our landing checklist: flaps is full, yaw damper is off, auxiliary fuel pump is on, and checklist done. That runway is very clear. I'm really happy because last few legs and like it was just so hard for us to see the runway through the snow. The entire lake is frozen, and this is the island that we're talking about right near our airport. So I guess we'll have to backtrack on our runway as we get there. Cut down on my power a little bit more. We're not gonna need that much of runway. We can even go reverse if we think that we might run short of the runway. In my opinion, we had a very stable approach so far. Hopefully we continue that, and yeah, shouldn't be a bad landing at all. Some trees right next to us. Okay, there you go. We landed, and that landing was just a little bit hard. In my opinion, just a little bit hard. We're gonna take our flaps up. We'll zoom in on our map, and we're gonna take a turn right over here to go to our taxi area. Oh my god, that turn looked very scary. Flaps are up, auxiliary fuel pump can go off, and look at that beautiful sun. So we dropped at about 182 feet. I mean, towards the end when I cut down my power, it just dropped a little bit, but nothing too bad. Our approach was very stable. I was happy with that. Taxi light can come on. Landing and strobe, we're gonna turn it off. There is no traffic anyways around here. Put our throttle and our fuel condition lever can come to low idle. We're gonna take a right turn here. And there's a little bit of slope on the runway. The runway is definitely not straight. We can see our air marshal right over there, thanks to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hopefully they're paying him good because it is cold out there. And we are going to follow his instruction as best we can, and we'll stop right here. Parking brake can come on. Taxi light can go off. Nav lights can go off. And we are ready to turn off our engine. So we're gonna turn off our heating or cooling system. Auxiliary bus will turn off. Generator alternator can come off, and let's go ahead and cut down our engine.
Engine off time logged. The flight is finished.
And that is basically it for this flight. Beacon light can come off, and let's look at the landing. So according to our OnAir airline manager, we had a very smooth landing, negative 183 feet per minute, but landing G was pretty good. Landing speed was pretty good as well. Other than that, we had few overspeed things, so that's pretty bad. Reputation change negative 1.21%, not good at all. Other than that, everything is looking pretty okay. And for next flight, we can go ahead and start planning that flight. Should I do it today? Let's see how long it is. "319 nautical miles. That's pretty long. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. So we're gonna be flying from Red Devil to LAD F. I don't know what that is, but I'm just gonna call it an airport in Fairbanks. 319 nautical miles. So let's go ahead and prepare our aircraft for that. Auxiliary fuel pump can just come to off. Checking if everything is good. Yes, everything is a-okay. So we're gonna go ahead and let's see what we're gonna do. So this one, so there you go, we already have selected those. And in terms of fuel, passenger and cargo, we're gonna have new data. So fuel, we're gonna have about 936 pounds, which should be good for our flight. Yeah, which should be actually good for our flight. And in terms of passenger, we have 760, so which is good. We don't need to change any of that. And cargo 424. We just gotta add a little bit of cargo. So as we go validate that, we will go to our weight and balance. Let me actually take you guys outside first to this beautiful airfield that we came. Look at that morning sun peeking. Let's go here, go to our weight and balance, and we just gotta add 24 pounds or 20 pounds to one of our cargo. There you go. Let's check on fuel actually. So in terms of fuel, we gotta drop that. So in terms of fuel, we are gonna have 936. So 950 is good. That's the max we can get close to. So with that set, we can do a few more things actually. Let me bring my... Let's go ahead and make a sim brief flight plan. What do I have to do to remove that? Edit flight. Okay, new is CRDV. So we're gonna change a few things here. So CRDV, and we are going to PAFB, Papa Alpha Foxtrot Bravo. PFB and Zulu time 1852. We're gonna choose that. So we're gonna depart at 18. We can go ahead and choose 1900 actually. So we're gonna depart at 1900. Kodiak 100, all of that is set. Climb profile is set as well. With all... Okay, so here's the new route. and I'll show you how to input the route as well, and we should have destination airport, so we'll get the data. Now in OnAir Airline Manager, we are supposed to be able to pull sim brief data. So we have that plan, we have everything planned. I'll keep it on another screen here as I try to set this and see how this works. So we're gonna go fly now, and let's see if tracking, all the data is good for our tracking. Yep, everything is good for tracking. We're gonna go start tracking here. So I think I should have done the flight plan pull before. Can we do it right now? No, we cannot. Wait, import flight plan from sim. No, sim won't work. We need sim brief. Well, whatever, we're just gonna put it manually. Not much of stuff anyways. So first thing first, we're gonna go ahead and do is start our engine. So everything should be good. We should be good for starting our engine. Nav and beacon can come on. Auxiliary fuel pump on, ignition on, and starter goes to low. I think my engine inlet, I'm just gonna put it to bypass. So we might have to put a little bit of power to bring. Oh, NG is 14 over.
Shut down the engines.
Engine is starting slowly. Let's see if our NG gets to green. 50%, and I'm just gonna increase power a little bit, and that will give us the push we need. So there you go. All of that goes. Prop goes to max. Generator alternator comes on. Heating system comes on. For both us and our passengers, it should be warm in here. Okay, bypass is turned on because there is a lot of snow around here, and the next thing that we're gonna do is set our flight plan. So we're gonna follow the flight plan that we got from the route that we got from SimBrief. So the first route point is just a custom point. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just take off and go direct to Joni. So let me go ahead and show you how we would do it. So we're gonna go to menu first and delete flight plan. Okay, we're still taking runway 28, so flight plan, we're already here. We're gonna go origin to Red Devil RDV. So Romeo Delta Victor. RDV is set. We will take airport and runway 28. Enter, and our destination is PAFB. So let's put that. Papa Alpha Foxtrot and Bravo. PFB Lad F. We have that, and the runway we're gonna be choosing is runway 25. So runway 25 is good. Enter. Now in route waypoint. So the first waypoint will be Juliet Oscar Alpha November Yankee. So Juliet, where is it? Juliet Oscar, so Joni, November and Yankee. There you go. And then from there we are gonna go to, we're gonna take airway Tango 222. So I think for airway we have to go back here, clear, menu, and load airway, and that will give us Tango 222. That's the only one available here. And for our exit we are going to choose Hermo. So let's find that. There you go. Hemro is good here. And for the rest of the sequence, do we need to load the entire sequence? Yeah, we can go ahead and load the entire sequence. From Hermo we're gonna take direct to Charlie Uniform November. So let's go ahead and put that here, Charlie Uniform and November. Alaska here, NDB, so it's an NDB. and from there we're gonna go directly to our destination. So let me just clear it up here, and let's see for our procedure what approach do we have for runway 25. Yep, we are gonna take that RNAV. Thank you very much. Vectors. Let me choose one and then we can decide. And Phoebix. This. From our map, we can think. I think 5x will be good. Radio altimeter 500 is all good. If we load our flight plan, then let's see. So we're gonna go here and Dex. It seems like we don't really need that approach. So we're gonna go ahead here, menu, and back. So we're gonna clear this. Yes. We're gonna clear this. Yes. We're just gonna remove this entire approach. And now if you go destination right here. Yeah, so what we can do is, I think we will need an approach here. And as we are coming over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to procedures, select approach, we'll select this, and this time we're gonna go IMER here. Radio altimeter should be good. And the only change that we're gonna do is, if we go here, so to CUN. So before we go to CUN, we're just gonna remove CUN. Remove that, and this should be absolutely perfect here. Yep, we're gonna straight up go ahead and activate our approach once we cross Hemro. Okay, with that set, our flight plan is good to go. Let's see from SimBrief what is our cruising altitude. So 13,000. We're gonna go to our PFD and we'll set our altitude here. We'll put it to 0 and then turn on this at 13,000. That is good. Vertical speed, we will be going in at about 1500 to begin with. Our altimeter should be good. Yes, it is good. Engine inlet set to bypass. All of that is set. Runway 28 is set, so I'm gonna quickly set my heading to runway 28. So 280 is set for our takeoff. With all those information set, we should be good. Just one last thing that I want to make sure is we have the weather for our destination when we want it. Yeah, destination is winds are calm as of right now. Few at 050, broken at 070, altimeter 2975. So with all that information, we are actually good to go ahead and start our yes, we're gonna take off, and then we're gonna have to find this way to really navigate through a little bit of hills and everything. It shouldn't be too bad, yeah. Okay, so we are good here. We're gonna go to the runway and we are ready to take off. So taxi light can come on. Flaps are gonna be set for takeoff. Important stuff, let's take care of those. Our trims. Trim is gonna be set. This is good. Our rudder trim is going to be set here. Yaw damper is off. Everything is off, so we can go ahead and start moving. Taxi light, parking brake goes off. Initially we're gonna select our heading mode and then we'll jump into nav. So we have set our SimBrief plan. Everything is looking good. It shouldn't be too bad. We have around 900 pounds of fuel, which is more than enough for this leg. And yeah, We'll backtrack on the runway and then line up with runway 28 and we'll be ready to go for takeoff. Beautiful, beautiful morning, and this time we're going to be flying towards northeast so we can see that beautiful sun a little bit more. So we are on the runway. We can turn off taxi light, landing and strobe can come on. And one more time we will go through our run up once we are ready to line up. Okay, first thing, our flaps is set, so let's go to our before takeoff. Parking brake is set, auxiliary fuel pump can come on, flaps is set, trims are set, initial separator is on, bypass and pitot heat is on. So I guess we are good to go for takeoff here. Fuel condition lever can go to high idle, and we're gonna just turn and line up with the runway. What a delight to fly this plane. So we're gonna go take that turn here, and I think we are good here. So everything is set. I'll hold on to my brakes, bring our RPM and P2 greens, and there you go. And we're good to take off here. So we're gonna pull off at around 65 knots. 60, and let's go. So we are up. Flaps will come to 10 as we cross 85 knots. There you go. Auxiliary fuel pump can come off, and we're gaining speed here pretty good. And once we get to 95 knots, we will pull up our flaps. Let's go. So flaps is gone. Everything on the inset map is currently red, as we have a little bit more elevation separation from the ground. We are going to start turning. Okay, rudder trim is resetted. Your damper can come on. We can start taking our right hand turn in just a little bit. I'll turn on nav as well. We are about 1,000 feet above, so I'm gonna bring down my torque here and then pull my RPM to about 2,000. So there you go, and then bring back my torque. Use my heading mode here. To intercept the GPS course. So we're doing an IFR flight for this leg, as it's a pretty long flight, so I think IFR would be good. And we're not gonna be flying towards mountain a lot. We're gonna be close to some of the mountains, but we're not gonna be overflying them directly, which is very, very good. Take a turn here. A little bit of tailwind here. Not a little, actually 11 knots of tailwind. Significant tailwind here. And I can turn on nav, and then once we intercept the GPS course, we will be on nav, and we're going to be off of heading mode. Our cruising altitude is 13,000, so we are going to need oxygen. That is okay. Let me zoom onto the map here, and we're going to take one more right turn, and we'll intercept the GPS course. RPM is set to 2000. So good here, and we're gonna pretty soon intercept our GPS course with this current heading, and we should be good. As we cross our last waypoint of, I believe it's Hemro, we are going to activate our approach, and we're going to be using RNAV for runway 25. Winds are calm there, but we chose runway 25 as per our SimBrief flight plan, and we should be good. The SimBrief interface, I love it. I really love the new interface. What they've done is great. Also, altimeter for our destination will be 2974 as of now, and as we get closer, there's almost like more than an hour, like almost like 2 hours of cruising probably. So we'll be setting our altimeter then and there, and I'll go for a quick lunch break as well, halfway most probably. We're climbing at pretty good speed and climb rate, about 1400 feet and at about 107 knots, which is good, and we are soon about to intercept our GPS course. Currently we're in heading mode, our yaw damper is on, flaps are fully up, RPM is set for cruising, and our climb checklist is complete. Our initial separator can go to normal now as we are off the ground. We'll keep an eye when we cross over 12,500. We'll keep the oxygen on. Crossing through 7,200 right now. And as per our map here and flight plan, so we're gonna be going a little bit like, we're gonna be not flying through any mountain areas like these, so that should be good. Our airport elevation, some of the airport data, we already have the METAR. We'll update that METAR because this was from 1755. Right now the time is 1910, so this is pretty old. Soon it will update hopefully, and altitude for our destination is 445 feet. Should be a pretty good flight. Almost intercepting our GPS course. Once we do that, our heading mode is gonna go off and GPS mode will come on, so we don't have to worry about anything after that. There you go, we have intercepted the GPS course, and we'll start taking a left-hand turn pretty shortly. As we are getting closer to 10,000 feet as well. We definitely have to refuel for our third leg, which I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do today because this leg will take us almost about 2 hours. Or maybe even more, who knows. We're at 13,000. Let me just quickly turn on the oxygen tank. So we're good to cruise here. We have a little bit of tailwind. I'm gonna cut down my power a little bit here so we don't overspeed too much. Currently we are cruising at about 175 knots. I mean that's true airspeed actually, and on our indicated airspeed we are at about 150. So we'll try to stay right around over here. We are about 1 hour 31 minutes away from our top of descent, and we'll be cruising in here for this IFR flight. There's something up with the OnAir airline manager. Okay, it is back. We are around 40 nautical miles away from our next waypoint. So we should be cruising at this speed, 181 knots of cruise speed and 152 knots of indicated speed. Shouldn't have any overspeeding issues, and we will get there in about an hour, I would say hour 40 minutes. So it will take us around an hour 30 minutes to get to our top of descent, and from there we will be heading to our final destination. And there's only the second leg. There is another leg that we most probably will do tomorrow. I really wish soon VATSIM or there is some other kind of anything where we can have good ATC, because it is not actually that fun flying without ATC. I'd rather have ATC. All our T's and P's are in greens, just checking everything. That's one thing also. Always gotta keep eye on the engine instruments. Let's go. Everything is green. That is very good. Fuel quantity less than just a little bit of half. Let's go on lean system and check. 845 pounds remaining, and range is around 555 and 559, which is more than enough for the flight that we're doing right now, which is around 320 nautical miles. It shouldn't be more than that. There's going to be a long stretch between Hemro and the initial approach fixed for our RNAV for runway 25, 106 nautical miles. Nice. can go back to engine, and let's go back to the pretty good day out there. Pretty good day. Flying to remote strips, that is one thing I learned from past few flights, is that we definitely gotta choose the runways or airfields very carefully, especially in this kind of weather where it's very hard to see remote runways that are like dirt, basically like dirt strips. So I'm definitely gonna avoid those for our future endeavors. And I can see on the next rad there is some clouds here, so let's go in and check our weather radar. So if we go here, map, weather radar, it's on standby, so if there is anything it should show us. Nothing at all. Horizon, okay, wait, turn on the weather. Yeah, so a little bit, we'll be facing a little bit of weather in about 40 in about 40 nautical miles, but we can also do one more thing to check if it's on actually our way or our altitude. So it seems like that it will be just below us, a little bit below us. Yeah, just a little bit below us in around 30 nautical miles. Yeah, it will be right on our path, and yeah, it's coming up in 35 nautical miles, but it's light, whatever it is, rain or whatever, but it is light, so we're good on that. And go back to navigation, and we can see on next rad as well, it's this weather patch, and I think we'll be going through it, so it'll be maybe a little bit turbulent depending on, I can already see the clouds from here that indicates that something like that is coming up. So right now we are already in cloud, and these are the clouds that is showing up on our uh, G1000 MFD here. So it doesn't seem like it's extending too much, but throughout the way we're gonna find a little bit of cloud, a little bit of weather, actually not clouds, a little bit of weather as we pass through our next two waypoints. But after that we should be pretty good. Yeah, we should be pretty good after that. At least that's as of right now. I'm gonna quickly go ahead and let's check our weather for destination if anything changed. We're still getting the weather from 1855. Okay, better. So there's an update, but winds are still calm. Altimeter is still 276. That is not bad. Yeah. There's a little bit of overcast at 10,000 feet and broken at 7,000 feet. But that shouldn't be any issue at all to us. The winds are calm, so we're good there. And as we go forward, our top of descent in about an hour 20 minutes, and we'll pass through a little bit of weather, hopefully nothing too bad for our passengers. a little bit of issue here, I think. So it seems like we are not following the path given to us. Why is that? Let me just reactivate our nav. Yeah, see, we're like going straight ahead. Why is that procedure? This shouldn't be any issue though. So we should be doing this. Why are we not doing that? Okay, we got here, and then we are not following anything else. A little bit confused here on why this is happening. If we go to menu, is there anything at all? Nope, nothing. So what we're gonna go do is procedure activate approach. I think it was this. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now we should be, but now here you see we're like, because we activated our approach, we're gonna be going straight ahead to our initial approach fix instead of going through our route. A little bit weird here why we wouldn't be following our flight plan. Guess I'll need to be working on that. Yeah, it's a little bit weird that now we are straight up going over there without following our route. Guess I'll have to do a little bit more look into this, but we should be good. We're gonna be actually good even with this. Okay, with that done, our top of descent will be in about an hour 10 minutes. We'll be going through a little bit of weather on the way. Shouldn't be too bad. The clouds do look very weird though. Well, with that a little bit of inconvenience on why it wouldn't follow the flight plan, I guess I'll have to look into that later. But for now we are good, and we're going through a little bit of weather here, but we should get there in about an hour 20 minutes. With that, I'll leave you to enjoy the ride, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, we have been cruising for quite a while and still we are an hour away from our top of descent. Around 2023 nautical miles away from our initial approach fix. So what happened is our we weren't following the flight plan after the first waypoint, which is kind of a bit weird, but not sure why that happened. Really gotta look into it and fix that. But yeah, some pretty nice cloud here. We went through some dark clouds, but here we are coming across some few towering clouds at 13,000 feet. Let me keep an eye on the oxygen. We are almost half bar in terms of oxygen here. There you can see 1200 PCI. I mean PSI. So we are almost half tank, and we should be good for the flight. Though we really should be good for the flight. It won't be an issue. Other than that, everything is good. The T's and P's are all in greens. We are cruising at about 13,000 feet above the ground and cruising at 154 knots. We're gonna go ahead check for weather right now for our destination. Let's see if anything has changed. Destination. So last update was 1855 Zulu and right now it is 1942 Zulu. So visibility is good, winds are calm. Altimeter 2976. We're gonna go ahead and put that on our PFD. Where is it? 2976. So there you go, set. Altimeter is already set. So we should be good for the rest of the cruise, and once we start descending we'll manage our power as we always do, and from there it shouldn't be too bad. About an hour 10 minutes to get to ground, and that will be it for today and also for the second leg of our special mission. As you can see, this is pretty long. So we started from Merrill Field here in Anchorage, somewhere over here, and then we flew to Red Devil, and now we're flying from Red Devil to Fairbanks. And for our third leg, if we go to our pending missions, for our third leg we're gonna be flying basically this leg right here. It's a pretty good airport as well. I think I have to go back here. So we're gonna be flying from Fairbanks to McGrath Airport for our final leg, which should be around 200 nautical miles as well, pretty long, which we will be doing tomorrow. As it looks right now, we'll be doing that tomorrow actually. We're already streaming since last 2 hour 45 minutes, and yeah, we'll stop once we are done with the second leg of our mission. Currently we're doing that. Let's go to our MFD one more time and let's check on fuel. So as per our tracking page, we should have around 709 and we have 711. So pretty like close with that, and yeah, the cruise is going pretty well. We have enough on oxygen, we did that check. And some beautiful scenery as well. Let's go outside. Yeah. As we fly over Alaska. Some angry clouds over there. Good thing we are not going anywhere close to that. I can see on my iPad the MFD. We are not going to be facing clouds at all. I mean, not thoughts, but weather at all, based on the next rad prediction or next rad calculation, whatever you want to call that. I'm gonna go get some lunch and I'll see you in just a bit. And I'm back. After having some really good tuna sandwiches, we are back in the cockpit. Just quickly get there you go. I'm still cruising pretty good here. Still at 13,000 feet, about 153 knots, and we are 42 minutes away from our top of descent. Pretty long, like. In terms of fuel, we should be good. Nothing to really worry about here. 633, and yeah, we're good. Endurance, we still have range of 427 nautical miles, and we're about what, 150? Yep. In total would be like 170 nautical miles away from our destination here. Our T's and P's are all in green. Everything looks to be in green. Nothing to worry about here. A little bit of cloud on our right, but nothing on us really. Yeah, that big cloud showing up. Rain on patches on our route, but nothing for us to worry about. The only thing that I'm gonna quickly check is our oxygen. Still good. We're a bit more than a half tank, so we should be good for this leg. And even if we lose our oxygen tank, we can just go down. We're at 13,000 feet, just about 500 feet above the required altitude for oxygen. We started when it was early morning, right before sunrise, and right now the day is a little bit gloomy. What a view in front of us. The cloud is completely covering half of the sky, and then up there it's all blue. Really hoping one day I can experience this in person when I get my private pilot's license, hopefully in a few years. Seems like after these few clouds we are gonna be in a clear sky day, hopefully. some very disturbing clouds in front of us here. Nothing on my next rad. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and what's the flight plan? We will be going to weather radar. Well, nothing on the weather radar though. Nothing about those clouds. Even in vertical profile, nothing really about those clouds. So I'm not sure. They might be just simple cloud, not no weather. Let's go to our navigation page. Yep, there we are. So yeah, nothing to worry about. No weather in them. It's probably just some clouds out there. Doesn't look like it though. It looks very weathery, but nothing on our next rad or our radar. While on that note, let's go ahead and check our destination weather one more time. Anything updated? 1855 this time. I think this was the last report as well. Still 0 knots of wind, calm, very calm. Visibility is good, broken still at 7,000 feet and overcast at 10,000 feet. Altimeter 29076, which is already set. And we're about 133 nautical miles from our first waypoint, and then we'll be at our initial approach fix around 2 minutes after that. So let's go through our approach here. So we're gonna be Imare waypoint, and we have to be there by we have to be there at 7,520 feet. From there we're gonna go to home at, which is our initial approach fix right here, and from there Kalox and then Ginty for our final approach fix at 2,500 feet. After that we will be on our direct course for runway, which will be about 6 nautical miles away from our final approach fix. We have enough time for everything, and we are 33 minutes away from our top of descent. Well, arrival briefing is done. One thing out of our checklist way before we even started descending down. Oops, that does not look too good there. We still have to go through it and hoping that there won't be much turbulence. Let's look at our passengers here. Jim here, Brenda here. I think we're gonna name that guy behind Brenda Joe, and this person behind Jim will be Bernadette. Yeah, so we have Jim, Bernadette, Brenda and Joe. Hopefully I'll remember the names, but we have named all our passengers. One thing out of the way, and we're going through the cloud right now. Very gray. Nothing on next rad here. A little bit of turbulence, and we have tailwind of around 20 knots coming from 212. So let me open Sky for NG actually. I want to show some of the stuff that I have in it loaded. Hopefully Sky for NG has, yeah, it's on, so we can go, and it should be this. So this toolbar isn't working as it's supposed to. Not sure why is that. So we're gonna bring out our default, and there is no Sky for NG here. So let me quickly grab that. Okay, this is so annoying. I'm just gonna use this. So Sky for NG, Sky for Sim NG. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna open the tablet, and I'll show you some of the PDFs that I've loaded, which I've downloaded from, and also we can obviously see all this information here. Let's go to the main page. It should be updated. It has NeoFly add-on, which honestly I didn't use since I found out about OnAir Airline Manager. Just OnAir Airline Manager is just so much better than that. Also, what is this? Import flight plan. Oh, okay, never mind. That is something else. I thought it would just go to SimBrief and bring that. Let's see some of the options here. Yeah, all that is looking good. Settings, PDF. I'm gonna keep it higher quality. Okay, let's go to PDF reader, and here you can see aircraft systems, airport operations, aviation weather services. So these are some of the PDFs that we have loaded. It's not that good of a quality, it looks like, so I might have to load them all over again. Yeah, I thought, for some of the flights, like longer flights like this where we don't have much to do, we can go ahead and read these, which obviously we can do. All we have to do is re-upload them in better quality. Let's see. Yeah, the quality is really decreased here, so we are not going to do that. I had a few more PDF. Yeah, weather theory and navigation. I think that's what I'm gonna start to do. Like in longer flights, we can just go over and learn some of the theory, which I think will be a good use of the time that we have in these crazy long flights. It's not crazy long, like I've seen people done way more. Seems like we can download too. That is crazy. So let's try to go ahead and download something here. FAA. Aircraft. There's this book. I forgot the name of the book. I think it was Private Pilot Handbook or something. Okay, yeah, there you go. We found one. We are going to copy the link and let's see if it works. We're gonna paste the link. So it's basically the pilot handbook, and we'll try to please enter a file name. Okay, so we're gonna put FAA pilot's handbook or PPL. That should be good. Download in progress. So this Skyforce Sim NG is completely free now. Unfortunately, I had to buy it because I bought it a while ago, but then later they decided to go for free, which is so good. I'm really happy that they did it, and we can use it for multiple things. We can use it to track as like it's basically like a virtual iPad where you can track your flight, create new flight plans, and all of that information. And also one thing was the PDF, like you can input or just like this, like download PDF directly from internet, which is awesome really. It like really emulates entire iPad. So my thing was, what if I can download some PDFs and we can read during our long flights? I mean, I feel like that would be a good way to go through these longer flights, and the size as well based on how much we want. So all of that information, and what we are going to do is we're gonna like keep it on this side, and we're gonna go through some documents about private pilot license and all that once it's downloaded. So I'm gonna keep it away from screen for now. So let me just keep it away from screen for now, and once the download is done, I'll bring it on screen and we're gonna go through some concepts. So I think this would be really good investment of time. We can learn a lot more about our aircrafts. I'm also gonna make sure to put our POH for Kodiak 100 so we can read through some of the systems whenever we are confused. I think this should definitely help us. And our top of descent is in 25 minutes. Very nice flight going on right now, in my opinion. With this leg done, we'll have only one leg, which is about, how much will it be? About 200 nautical miles. Shouldn't be more than that. Also, keep an eye on my YouTube channel. I'm going to be revealing a new app that I found, which I think a lot of people know as well. But I'll just demonstrate how I use it. An app that is called, what is the app's name? It's called Flight FLT Plan Go GPS. So you can use that like for flight, but you can connect it to. Let's try another one. Okay. So the PDF for some reason didn't download. Why is that the case? Let me quickly open something and we're gonna quickly fix that. Okay, I'm uploading the PDF now manually, and then let's see how that holds up. So for some reason it converts the PDF that we upload. So once that is done, we're gonna refresh here and we'll check. So this is the one that we tried to download and it was not opening. So just wait for the convert and then we should be able to access it. Remove it for now and then I'll bring it back again. As for our flight, we are only 20 minutes away from our top of descent, almost 2 hour long. Another flight. Hopefully the weather is not too bad. The winds are calm, so the landing shouldn't be too bad. Last landing we did very smooth, so hoping the same for this one. We're about 89 nautical miles away from our arrival. And we are only 21 minutes away from our top of descent, so we'll start our descent pretty shortly. Let's look at our oxygen tank and make sure, yeah, we still have almost more than half tank, and our temperature inside is 29 set. Everyone's probably having a fun time looking at their face. Let's see what happened here. Okay, Jim, Brenda, Joe and Bernadette. Everyone is having pretty good time by the look on their face. Still waiting for the document to be converted. Pretty clear skies in front of us. Almost done with the pilot's handbook conversion from FAA, and then we can go ahead and open it up and check how it looks on our Sky4NG. Very cool app, and you guys can use it for free. So for some reason it says it is. So for some reason it says that it's corrupted. Let me check something real quick here. Yep, we have it here. So unfortunately it doesn't open up there. It is a little bit weird. Well, I'm gonna make sure I figure that out so that we can have some good time reading through stuff while we are on the long flights. And for now, let's check some other features of this cool little app. So one, very simple, the map with multiple airports and their information. So we're going to PFB here. So you can see the weather information. You can also easily grab the weather information here. Winds are pretty good. So these are the runways probably on green that are being used, but we're using runway 25. Winds are calm, so we don't really have a problem using those runways that we got from SimBrief. If you click on weather, so they have the updated one, 1955 Zulu, where the altimeter has changed a little bit. So let's go ahead and check on our G1000 and XI if we have the new information here. Yes, we do too. 1955 Zulu, and altimeter is 2975. Right now it was 2976, so we're gonna change that. There you go, altimeter is set. Here you go. Okay, with that, yeah. So we can use this tool for weather information. Temperature and everything is set. Visibility is, I don't know if it's in terms of meter or something, but yeah, and cloud information is pretty nicely broken out over here too. We can also have if there was ILS or frequencies for around here, and the runway information for the airport. So we chose runway 25, which is length is 8,874, and surface and everything, like basically really nice, and there's lighting as well. General information about the airport, the altitude, if there's any helipad, and the frequency is one more time. Also a neat feature, the top view of the airport. I think we're gonna be landing on this one. Not sure if this one or this one, yeah. No, also it shows us some POIs, point of interest, in the flight simulator, or I think in real life. That is very, very cool. I'm gonna really start using this. And there are multiple map versions as well. Very, very neat job by the developer. And obviously we can track our plane. And I'll be back shortly. I have a call. Okay, a bit of a long call I had there, but now that I'm done with that call, we are already descending down, and I shut off the oxygen as well. So we are descending down pretty well here. Let me go through our descent checklist to make sure that everything is going according to our plan. Okay, our descent checklist: static heat is on, initial separator is on normal, we don't need that. Radios and avionics, we're not gonna need those. Approach procedure, we already went through it. We are flying on RNF for runway 25. We're about to get to our initial approach fix in a bit, and we are descending down at about 138 knots. That's where I would like to be for our descent. Other than that, our landing lights are on and power is as desired, and altimeter is set as well. Descent checklist complete. And the weather is clearing up, surprisingly. There's a little bit of cloud around here, but this area is clear, and our airport should be, based on our map right now, it should be at 9 o'clock, so somewhere over there should be the airport. I still cannot see it from this far, but we will pretty shortly be able to see it. You can see on our MFD here, we're gonna take almost a 180-degree turn to multiple waypoints here. So our final approach fix is Ginty, which will be Homat. Yeah, okay. So Homat is our bottom of descent right now. We'll be there in about 5 minutes at 4,000 feet. We have to be at 4,000 feet there. And then Calyx and Ginty is right over here for our final approach fix. So everything is looking good. We will set our flaps accordingly. Very, very clear right now. And I think that right there is our airport. I think so. The graphics isn't that too good, but that makes sense. All the rivers and everything is just frozen in here. That corner looks very, very clear. There's a little bit of cloud around here. As for our meter information, the latest one is 1955 Zulu, and the winds are still calm. Altimeter has changed to 2974. So I'll just set that up. We already started taking our turn, and we are in our procedure heading towards Homat. So our initial approach fix at 4,000 feet. We're descending at about 800 feet per minute, and I'll try to keep the speed within 140, so at or below 140 knots. For our final descent and approach checklist, fuel shut-off valves left and right should be on, which is always on. Just to confirm, there you go, it is on. Our firewall shut-off valve right there, the red one, is pushed in as always. Auxiliary fuel pump is going to come on. Initial separator, we are not going to need that. Fuel condition level is high idle even right now. Prop will be max. Landing lights is already on, and we should be good from there. And then right before we touch down on final, flaps will be full and your damper will come off. So our final descent checklist, we just went over it. I'm gonna pull down my power here a little bit because I want to stay at or below 140 knots. We will be able to use the glide path, so our approach mode, for once we line up after final approach fix, we will be using that initially, and then once we can clearly see the runway, we should be good to go ahead with hand flying, and that should be fun. It's always fun to fly this aircraft. After cruising for almost 2 hours, we are finally here. Hopefully the landing is going to be worth it, worth the entire cruise. It's always the takeoff and landing that is most fun. But as I was telling you, my plan is for me to fix the sky for SimNG, and we'll start reading documents. We'll start reading FAA documents, pilot's handbook, and PPL related handbooks and PDFs on our Skyforce Sim NG tablet. Right now there were some issues with the PDF, so I'll go ahead and fix that after we are done with this flight. You can see the pilot handbook. Okay, it seems like it's trying to open, but it did open, but it seems like there's something corrupted in this. If I fix the size still, then yeah, it's gonna be hard to read. So we'll try to fix that. But it seems like we have the handbook. It's corrupted a little bit, and yeah, we're gonna be reading through a bunch of these. It's gonna be really fun. Trust me, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna learn while we are flying across Alaska. Very excited for that. I have been wanting to do that, and here, without me noticing, we have already settled in. I'm thinking, why are we not descending further down? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use our vertical speed mode. For some reason the VNAV is like always a hit or a miss. You can see right now we're really high on our VNAV profile. Let me go ahead, I don't know what caused that. So we're gonna descend down and we're gonna stay within 140 knots. We're trying to get to our descent profile here, our V path basically, VNAV profile, and once we get there, VNAV should be able to capture it. We'll descend down at about 1000 feet per minute. So we have to be at home at around 4000 feet. I'm not sure if that is possible, but beyond that waypoint it should be possible. Gonna cut down my power further. Okay, we are going below now. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna bring my RPM to max here. As we are on our approach, I still don't see. Okay, there you go. The runway lights right over there, very faint, but I can at least see it. So we're gonna try to come back to our V path. But the VNAV is a little bit messed up right now. We're gonna stay within 130 to 35 knots as we go. So we have to be at 2900 by the time we get to kilocks. So what I'm going to do is in my altitude selector, I'm going to go ahead to 2900. There you go. And we'll stop right at 2900 as we are descending down. And we're gonna be good with that until we capture our glide path, because our final approach fix is 2500. So I'm gonna set that up here. We're decreasing speed very quick here. Power management is our first priority here. We'll try to stay within 130 knots because we leveled. We have to, so once we make the turn, a left turn, that's when we'll start decreasing our speed. We'll start decreasing our altitude one more time, and we'll go to 2500. From there we should be able to capture our glide path. I'm going to put VNAV one more time. Hopefully this time it's going to work. Okay, V path is armed, and I'm going to cut down my power, as we'll have to start setting our flaps very shortly. So we have taken that left turn, we'll stay within 130 knots, and soon we should start descending down towards 2500 feet, and at the same time we will press the approach button so we capture the glide path. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my approach button here. This way we'll be capturing the glide path whenever we are in the range. We are currently in the range, but we're not in terms of height, we are not still there. So I'm gonna put my flaps down to 10 degrees. We'll start decreasing our speed to about 120. 125 is doing good to us, that's not a problem. A little bit of tailwind here. As far as I know from the weather, it's calm winds, so there shouldn't be any issue anywhere. So we'll stay within 120 knots here as we go down, and we should be on our glide path pretty soon. As soon as we're in our glide path, we'll start setting up everything else. I think we're landing on runway 25. There's another runway, I think 25 left or right. That's the issue here. Like, I still don't know which, like, this runway doesn't say whether it's the left or right one. We're on our V path, so we're decreasing to 2500, and by the time we get to 2500, we should be able to capture the glide path. Cut down on my power just a little bit more. Turn on my auxiliary fuel pump here, and we should be on our glide path pretty shortly. Okay, we're going toward the right one. Should capture the glide path pretty shortly. I'm gonna go ahead. Yes, we are on glide path. Flaps to 20. Your damper can come off. Our auxiliary fuel pump is on. Your damper is off. We are on glide path and we are at flaps 20. So we are pretty much set up for landing here. Landing checklist is done, and we should have a pretty good landing. Just the flaps is gonna go full, which is about right now. There you go, flaps has gone full. We'll stay on glide path for a bit before we take off the before we turn off autopilot. We still have a little bit of altitude to lose. We're gonna try to stay within the range of 90-95 knots max. We have a small, like 5 knots, 4 knots of tailwind, which should disappear by the time we get to our airport. As we decrease our altitude, that wind should go away. Yep, it is decreasing as we are getting lower and lower. So flaps is full, auxiliary fuel pump is on, yaw damper is off, landing checklist complete. Let me kick my rudder pedals real quick here. Yep, that is good. And autopilot can go off. We'll try to stay within 80-85 knots for our final approach speed. A little bit to the left here, so we're gonna correct that, and we'll try to get back within the line for landing. No winds at all, 0 knots, and we're about to touch down pretty shortly. There's always trees right before touchdown. We're like gliding past here. Have to touch down. There you go, touchdown. Very, very smooth touchdown, but we were not on center line. So that was okay, not too bad, but I would love to be on the center line. I think we can make it to this taxiway, never mind. We'll just, let me see how far is the next taxiway. Yeah, we can just go ahead, roll in here, but the touchdown was extremely smooth at 44 feet per minute. We did glide for quite a while, and I think we were very much off of the center line, so we'll try to fix that for the next landing, and we're gonna take a right turn and go to the ramp near that we see on our right side. A bit of a taxi here because we couldn't stop in time. Auxiliary fuel pump can come off, flaps can come all the way up. Fuel condition lever, once we get off the runway, will go to low idle. And because we're gonna get on snow, I will go ahead and turn on our inertial separator and put it on bypass. Oh wait, it was actually on bypass. Wow, all this time it was on bypass. Interesting. And now it's on bypass. Okay, we're gonna take this right turn here. Fuel condition lever can come to low idle. Just gonna increase my view POV here, and taxi light can come on, landing and strobe can go off. I think we can stop right over here as well, yeah. We're gonna go ahead and stop in this empty area. Should be good for us, and yeah, this was a really fun flight. The landing was good as well. Very smooth landing, but we were off the center line. So every day as we go, we learn new things, and we are going to stop right over here. Parking brake on. Let's see our Air conditioning system is going to come off, so auxiliary bus can go off. Generator alternator can go off, and prop feather, fuel condition lever
Engine
cut
off
off.
time logged. The flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
And we are almost done, so beacon light can go off as well. And let me bring our data here. So there you go, very smooth landing, negative 44 feet per minute and 1.0 G. All that is good, and our reputation has increased 0.86% after we lost in the last one. Soft landing, all the bonuses for our comfort bonus, safety, aircraft handling, and all that stuff. And all the rest of the data is over here. Block time 133, flight time 120. And yeah, that is basically it for the second leg of our special mission, and I'm going to end the stream right here as well. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and from next flight, hopefully we're going to be able to import all the good documents in our Sky4NG, and yeah, it's gonna be really fun. With that, let's go ahead. Engine inlet goes off, pitot heat can go off, all the lights are off, avionics bus can come off, master switch is going to go off, firewall shut off, and there you go, everything is off. So we made it here. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I definitely did enjoy a lot, and I'll see you in the next one.